We'll give Seribot a moment here. So, let's go ahead and get started. So, where we last left off, we entered Rhea Lucaria. Since then, we've done a lot of things.
Ah, yes. I wonder if he's in his study. If you haven't already, father is, I'm sure, to. It's about time I'll see you again.
So, last time we entered Rhea Lucaria. Now we need to go ahead and do a number of things here. So, Rhea Lucaria is kind of where the game opens up and allows us to explore a lot of weird stuff. It also gets us to a number of unique places. But our first order of business is getting the key we need. Now, we don't have to fight this dragon. As a matter of fact, I'd never recommend fighting this dragon in particular, because at this point in the game, you have no magic resist stuff. Instead, what I recommend doing is just grabbing this key and coming back to it. Because I am going to have to kill it for the dragon heart later. So, my general policy on dragons is we don't fight the dragon unless we absolutely have to. And my reasoning behind that is simple. Thank you, Seribot, for deleting the spam. Simply put, dragons are a really touchy subject for my PC. Because some of the dragons emit lightning. And they do so in a way that actually causes your PC to crash. And it's never been fixed on PC. It's been fixed on the console variants, but not on PC. And I guarantee, when they drop the DLC for, like, the additional starting classes in, like, a week or in about a month or two, what's gonna happen is we're gonna get more of the same broken jankiness. And it's gonna be a mess. But that's just how it's gonna be. So, now we, just hit up a bunch of things over here. So, there's actually a whole bunch of things to collect over this way. Some of which won't appear until we do certain side quests. But, we want this golden seed because, frankly, we need more flasks. But we've gotten that. So, we're gonna head into what is basically Hogwarts. Yeah, that does not bode well. Well, that's about as well as I expected it. Gaming OWG. I'd say thank you for the follow, but, we'll see. Alright. Yeah, give me a second here. Yes, if you have something to say, say it in chat, please. Don't private message me. It's considered rude to do that. Alright, so this is a, rune arc. Yeah, we're now at a point where, everything's expensive. Now, we are going to, run like hell. As this ain't worth it. So, Hogwarts, unfortunately, the dark arts professors kinda got out of hand. Dumbledore kinda stopped doing his job at some point around the, 90s. Oh, this staggers him? Oh ho! Oh ho, boy! Did not know the, power attack there could stagger. Okay. That's good to know. Come and get me! Yeah, okay. So this is kind of a problem with this map in particular. These guys can snipe you from all the way across the map. So you're actually better off just running past all of these guys. There we go. Easy victory. So that gets us at least to this point in the academy. So, from the debate hall, I can go ahead and pick up the next stone to upgrade my, my halberd here. Whoops.
Well, then I presume he's brave to his territory. When the rain after leveling Ikarian might conjure at his wildness usual. Lying quite a rare perhaps, but anyway, I've something.
And now we can purchase the Carrion Filgreed crest, which we're gonna want when we get our next, slot. So, sadly, we're gonna need more runes here. Now, there's a whole bunch of things we want to pick up while we're in the academy. One of the things we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to go on a, collection spree here. Didn't I just kill the other one? Yeah, I'm fairly certain I did. And God, I hate this section because it's so laggy. And this is the part where I get caught on a ledge. There we go. Had to massacre him. No mercy. No mercy at the edge of Indiana Smash's blade. Now, if I remember correctly, we open this and we get dropped down on. And this is actually supposed to be a hint for something else later, but we needed the stone sword key. Like, the stone sword key is kind of our big issue because all of the good, incantations I want just so happen to, all be locked behind, the, stone sword keys. Alright, there's the Graven School Talisman. Try and get my endurance up. I need more stamina. Like, I need more stamina to counteract the fact that the Golden Halberd weighs, like, a ton. Like, that is kind of the problem with the Golden Halberd, is it's a great weapon. Problem is it takes up so much, weight that it, causes you problems if you don't have it. I mean, if you have it equipped. Get wrecked, nerd. Yeah, we're definitely not ready to take on, what's her name, but we are gonna end up going all around the academy to, pick up the items I need. Because I figure the best thing I can do is set myself up to come back to the boss. And then once we do that, we can basically just, work our way through there. Now, there's a couple things in here we're actually gonna have to worry about. Namely, the, Iron Maiden over here. Like, interestingly enough, the game actually considers the Iron Maiden a boss. And it has enough HP to be, considered one, too. There we go. And I know there's a golden tree around here. Up, there it is. God, I love my golden halberd. Ah, shit. This mother... Oh! Shit, it's a sleeper. Yeah, this is exactly why Rhea Lucaria is very, very dangerous. Like, Rhea Lucaria is weird in which basically there's all sorts of hidden stuff like you would expect from a Hogwarts XP. But it's not the kind of stuff you would expect. Like, I'd be expecting wizards out the wazoo. But instead we get giant crabs and, Iron Maidens. There's also signs, that Saint Trina has been here. Because of, the Trina's lily we just picked up. And surprisingly, those crabs gave off sleep mist instead of the, normal, what was it? Death Blight I expect from them. Alright. So, rather than, take on this guy, the best thing I can do here is actually form the run back. Because I don't have a way of consistently dealing with Sir, pulls out the best parry in the game. Because, that NPC over there is actually tougher than a good chunk of bosses in this game. I kid you not. Like, Moongrum is a problem. In the, silliest of ways. Because Moongrum can parry. Like, Moongrum, all it takes is 2 hits from Moongrum, and you're dead. And if he parries you, he can also do a crit stab, which is an insta-death at this point in the game. Like, I'm not even mad about dying to that. Moongrum is just one enemy I'm just not well-suited to facing right now. So let's run back and grab my runes before we move on. Like, it's actually best to like basically go and save Moongrum for later after you've leveled a bit. Which at this point we're better off just coming back to this boss fight because I am underleveled at this point. But there's a couple things we want to do over here before I do anything. There's a couple of, hidden treasures that we want to pick up. Such as opening this shortcut. Because we're going to need that shortcut to get to the, magic talking turtle. The magic talking turtle is actually where we need to pick up something for, my plan to defeat Moongrum. And I did not see the other wizard. Okay. Yeah, fun fact. There we go. So, now we can go talk to the magic talking turtle. Fun fact, if you kill the wizards up here, the magic iron ball they drop from this portal stops spawning until the next time you reload the area. Alright. Grab the golden rune there. Alright. Off to talk to the golden... Off to go talk to the turtle, because the turtle is the gateway to a couple of things we need to pick up. There's a couple of bosses we need to go pick up for this build anyways. So this is where we buy most of the incantations in the game.
Do you know how it came to? Well, that is shattering. It is here by the natural, and so are the earth. Oh, well, you are free. I would, sir, if you find him, unless in which case.
So we can buy things like Carrion Greatsword here and Blessing's Boon, but we haven't leveled Faith yet. Like, the thing about Faith at this point is basically, you don't really unlock most of the, incantations until later on. So it's just easier for me to just, pick up the fast travel locations as we go. Now, this is one of the places we need to pick up. But what we actually need to do is we need to go all along this area, and somewhere up here, there is a knight that has a spell book we need to pick up. And I don't remember where along this road it is. So, we're gonna have to do a bit of traveling around. Not that I don't mind that, though. Because, Elden Ring is a good chunk of exploration. So we just head on it over here this way. And we'll start finding stuff. So I believe it's somewhere north this way. I don't really care about these ruins because they have nothing of value. But there's a whole bunch of camps that you have to take out in order to find useful things. There is a site of grace you can hit up. I also know there's like a dungeon somewhere along this way. I'm not really interested in that. Because, like, there are things over this way you can in theory check out. Like, I know there's a catacomb over that way. But, like, I really just don't like doing the catacombs, which is kind of why I just skip them in most of my playthroughs. Like, the only reason I would want to do the catacombs is to get the, bell bearings. I'll be honest, I'm not really a fan of doing them. They're too dark. But there is a, Tibia Mariner up this way we're gonna have to kill. The run's going alright. Thank you for the follow. We are just having a bit of fun with the golden halberd. And it teleported away. Okay, where'd it go? Oh no, this is one of those ones where it's gonna hide from me. Oh no. Alright, where'd it go? Well, this is a problem. It's teleported away, and I can't find it. I am playing Elden Ring. Alright. Well, it's teleported away, so I'm gonna have to come back to this boss. That is unfortunate. Oh well. That boss is not what we really came here for. So, this guy over here has what we're looking for. Oh. I have a lot of hours in this game. And I'm gonna have to go all the way back there. Okay. This may take a bit. I'm streaming from America. You are fishing for information right now. Art thou a bot? If so, please say yes. Well, oh no. Yeah, I'm not interested in art. I already have a artist. Have a good day. Alright, let's try this again. We got ourselves a good old Texas standoff. There we go, the Dragon Cult Prayer Book. So, with that, we get access to the Dragon Cult incantations. This is where we start having a bit of an issue here. We will not be able to use them for a while. For a couple of reasons. Namely, we won't be able to qualify for any of their spellcasting limitations at the moment.
Greeting. Oh, very well. Let Harry see all things.
All things can be conjoined. So, basically, in order to use the incantations I would like to use, such as Electrify Armament and Lightning Spear, we basically need to start pumping points into Faith. That's kind of a problem right now when we don't have the points for that. And we can't use Electrify Armament because this weapon is automatically enhanced with Holy. So for the time being, we're kind of just stuck with what we got. So, we're gonna go ahead and do some dungeons here. Yeah, let me pop something out here real quick. Control Win Shift S, I believe. There we go. There we go. Alright, so we are going to go to the Albaneric village. So we can do a series of quests. Now here is the swamp of poison. You know it's a FromSoft game when we enter a poison swamp. Like that's just how it is. So Nefeli should be up here. Ah, Nefeli.
Oh, well, I witnessed the oppression of awaking. Put this time under the suffering justice to the let the scars. Put this time under the suffering justice to the let the scars I.
Sorry, we're gonna have to put you guys down. And ooh, larval tier, gonna need that later. Alright. Let's keep going. absolute fatality. Okay. So we'll ignore the pile of silver blood from all the corpses there.
Please no.
And we'll get the other half the medallion here.
I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be. Wait then. Well. Oh, aye. The curse-mongers beg you. You must keep it. And if then please give it. A chosen the medallion show me a cut for dear. My leg, alas.
And he dies as soon as we finish talking to him. Such is the fate of the Albinurics. Yeah, the Albinurics have it rough. Bunk. Alright. So, we summoned Nepheli here because we can. It's an overworld boss. The HP doesn't change. Yeah, fun fact. Summoning actually makes things harder for you in most cases. Like, if you really want to bump up Radahn's HP, just summon your allies. They'll get killed anyways. Oh, I couldn't actually see. Oh, I couldn't see because of my summon there. There we go. And sometimes not summoning Nepheli doesn't progress part of her quest. It's really weird, because typically you actually want to avoid summoning an Elden Ring at like most points, because it actually causes all sorts of weird quest progression problems. Alright, now we get to deal with an invasion here. Oh, well, there we go. Yay, free stuff. Free golden seed. Alright, so now we gotta talk to Nepheli here.
Please. It's pathetic, I know, but... please. It's pathetic,
So we're actually gonna have to talk to Nepheli later. But, there's a couple things we do need to pick up here. I can use my 2 stone sword keys. We still need a bunch more. But this gets me the Assassin's Prayer Book, I believe? Yeah, okay. So, the Assassin's Prayer Book actually is one of the things we're actually going to need to pick up. Because there's a certain way to get into the big city. But it requires us to use stealth. And the Assassin's Prayer Book is one of the few ways we can actually do that.
Greeting. Oh, very well. That heresy is all thing.
And it all comes down to this spell called Assassin's Approach. Which basically allows me to silently approach things. It's one of the few incantations we can use at this point in the game. And for the time being, it's kind of our only option as far as incantations go. So, our next couple of things we need to handle are things in this area. Because that's where there's a number of things we need to go pick up. Like, we're slowly just, like, knocking out, like, a to-do list of things to do before we, like, finish up this area. Oh, I never picked up the lantern, did I? Oh, hey, Kenny. Welcome on into the stream. We are on a mystical adventure. Unfortunately, we have found no sabers. Big sad. Alright, I am gonna have to put my torch in my other hand. Alright. There we go. Now chat can see the screen. Up. Okay, that's actually pretty funny when it comes from you. Alright, which way am I supposed to go again? Oh, this way. Yeah. Like, at least with you, we know you're not a bot. But, yeah, haven't gotten one of those, bots asking to, like, check out their art in a while. And I just took some fall damage. Yikes. Or maybe you're playing the long game. Oh, that'd be diabolical. The great Ken Man betrayal of 2026. Whoops. Yeah, I know, I need to dodge. There we go. Got him. Alright. But yeah, that's one of the more annoying fights for me because the halberd is not good for quick moving enemies.
Told the order that I possess how happy was my other half. So then I've no let's try my apology. I hope that you would you consider the scope there is something we show if you accept of the word. Thank you, come they say the castles. Then I suppose farewell, Loba. I will go. Forgive me, Loba.
Lieutenant the Albinuric.
Call upon me when needed, and I will fight at your side.
Yeah, like that's the funny thing is like you got bot checked, but the actual bot didn't. So yeah. That's what makes it even more annoying. Alright. We have reached the hour point of stream. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. But before I go use the restroom, there's there's a bit of a tradition every stream where I make a sketchy "be right back" sign in Paint. There we go. Be right back soon. I'm fairly certain most people can read that. So, I'll be right back. Oh, no. My paint doodle is nowhere near on par as Pirate Software's paint doodle. I could only aspire to be that good. Alright, we're back. Alright, so next order of business, there should be a, like, camp of, like, fire monks with a, like, flame cleanse me spell we need to pick up. Like, I'm having to go around collecting all of these spells. And we can't see... Am I... Okay, I'm heading in the right direction, at least. Yeah, here it is. This is where we needed to go. There we go. That could have gone worse. Fire Spur Me and the Fire Monk's Prayer Book. So, I believe this is the last spell book I need to pick up in this part of the map. I think? Hard to tell with all of these. Now then, let's talk to, Magic Turtle.
Oh, very well. Heresy, all things.
Nope, that's okay. No, this is not the one we're looking for. I was wrong. I was wrong. These spells are kind of useless, actually. Alright, well, we need to head back to Ray Lucari Academy anyways. There's still more things I need to pick up in here. And I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and take on Moongrum. And we're gonna get the shit parried out of us. Because Moongrum is just that good. So we hop on up here. Oh yeah, I forgot, if you kill the guys up there, they don't respawn. Okay. Alright. Moongrum, I've come to bargain. Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about. This guy can parry you and insta-kill you. If he gets the parry off, which he can do, it's an insta-death for you. So you basically have to hope he doesn't parry you. Because we were close to killing him, but he parried us. And this is sadly a terrible weapon for fighting enemies that can parry, because this weapon needs to heavy attack in order to not get the parry trigger. So, yeah, this is gonna be rough. Yeah, Moongrum is, not a fun enemy to fight. He's great for PvP practice, though. As you can see, Like, this is gonna be the problem. Like, sadly, the best way to take on Moongrum here would actually be for me to come back with a bunch of lightning spells. Because lightning is, like, his one weakness. I could also try poisoning him, but... yeah, that's not gonna work out too well. You could also Death Blight him. He's one of the few enemies in the game you can actually Death Blight. But, Death Blighting him would require just cycling through most of the game. And at that point, it's just like, why bother? Actually, hold up a moment. Now that has, like, no range. Oh yeah, I forgot. This guy auto-dodges magic attacks, too. Like, watch. You'll throw a magic flame, and he'll auto-dodge 90% of the time. Well, shoot. Oddly enough, he cannot seem to, wait. He's scripted to where he can't go beyond this door. Or I thought he was. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, I have an idea of how I could cheese this. So, that door right there messes with his coding. So, if I can drag him back here and get him to put away his shield, we'll be in a good position to deal with him. Sadly, that may be a lot harder than I would like. Like, we're definitely not in a position to, deal with Her Majesty, because we don't have enough vigor. Like, we're getting vigor checked by Moongrum, of all people. Well, we tried. Oh, nope. I wasn't able to back away fast enough. Oh, shoot. All right. Alright, we gotta trigger his second phase. That's what we gotta do. Oh, what? He dodged that! Alright. Alright, come on. Nope. There we go. Okay. Through much trial and error, we took care of Moongrum, who, we totally beat in one shot, I swear. Anything before that didn't happen. Everybody was just imagining it. Those, like, 10 deaths were totally fictional. I swear. Yeah, yeah, not passing the vibe check on that statement. So, let's go ahead and, start pumping some points into, Faith here. So, we pumped one more point into Faith, so now I can use the Lightning Bolt spell that I should have been using against Moongrum. But it is what it is. So, now we need to go explore some of the other areas of Raya Lucaria to pick up some items I need to go pick up. And I'm stuck on a wall there. Okay. Open the door. Alright, so now we go pick up the items I need to pick up in here, and then we'll go probably go knock out some other bosses that we can easily go knock out for some levels. At this point, we need to put in like 10 more points into Vigor. Because my current weapon is enough to get me through to the next act and beyond. It's just, we need to start pumping more points into health because, Elden Ring in, like, every Souls game basically is you get to a certain point, and it's a health and damage check. Like, if you don't have enough vigor, you're gonna get clapped. Oh. This guy's got drills! Yeah, well, that was annoying. Alright, Crystal Dart. So there are, like, a whole bunch of, like, hidden things around here. Some of which you can easily find, some of which you cannot. Some of which actually require you to go into an entirely different dungeon to get to. Because, there is a, like, there is a unique hidden crossbow that requires you to do a, bunch of parkour to get to. And I think I can get to that from up here. Yeah. Like, there is a unique crossbow around the corner here. And it's actually one of the few crossbows in the game. But as a reminder, every crossbow in Elden Ring is... well, shoot. Okay. Well, this isn't good. I just got ambushed. Okay, well, that's annoying. So, if you get attacked on a ladder, you cannot actually get off that ladder, so you just die. That's just kind of how this works. So now I have to fight my entire way back. But now I know there's people around that corner. We can easily deal with them on round 2. And white? Yeah, okay. Also forgetting the fact that heavy weapons such as this also impact how high you can jump slightly. It's just enough to where it's annoying. Now then, oh, out of range. God, I love being Zeus. And along came Zeus. Shame, I don't have the mana for this, though. Yeah, okay, these guys just staggering me on hit is really, really kind of annoying. But, like, yeah, that's the thing, is, like, playing as a magic user in, like, any Souls game is actually kind of frustrating on account of the fact that, most of the time you have to, track down everything, and by the time you track down everything, okay, these guys are really frustrating to deal with. By the time you track down everything, it's kind of at a point where magic is really better suited to New Game Plus. Because you get all these, like, really nifty things you would have liked to have had, significantly earlier. But you only get them, like, after you do everything else. So, by the time you get all this cool magic shit, it's the end of the game, and everything is, well, spec'd against it. Like, what they don't tell you is, like, magic is good against everything but the final boss. They don't tell you that. Well, good against everything except the final boss and the boss of this area, because the boss of this area has magic resist. But, that's just how it is. But even then, magic users also get access, sorcery users get access to a physical spell called Pest Threads, which completely trivializes the final boss. And it got even easier when they started allowing people to, ride their horse in, the boss arena. Like, it used to be you couldn't ride your horse in the final boss arena, and now you can. Yeah, I beat the game pre-horse nerf. Before they nerfed the final boss with horses. Of course, the final boss is kind of like chump change compared to Melania and, Radon. I still say Melania is a lot harder to deal with than, Radon. Like, my thing with Melania is actually coded to dodge every magic attack outside of one specific magic attack. And there's like 2 that you can use that follow her to some extent. Well. That being the, moon magic and the invisibility spells. The invisibility spells all have some sort of, built-in thing where they just cannot be tracked by the enemy AI. Whereas, the moon one is really weird because they track the start of the spell's movement, but they don't track the, homing of the, spell. It's really weird. But that's just how it is. Surprise, bitch. Alright, let's see here. Which one was it on? Okay, there's a key here. If I want to do that quest line, we need it. Say no to magic, kids. My, that's a awfully big sword you had there. Be a shame if my halberd were to say no. And there is a ranger NPC down there. And the ranger NPC is a special kind of annoying. Because this guy shoots explosive bolts. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This guy shoots explosive bolts that at this point in the game actually one-shot you. So, yeah. A good chunk of the, like, enemies at this point in the game, if they just get 3 hits off on you, you just die. Alright, so let's go, grab my stuff here again. And I have forgotten to, check behind me. And... Nope, 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 nope! Oh, shoot! I'm stuck in a wall! I'm stuck in a wall! Whoops. Okay. Yeah, this area having unlimited walls is a problem. The camera is, to this day, my biggest enemy in Elden Ring. Like, Elden Ring has, like, an issue of clutter. Where there is just so much in the way of things that it kind of becomes a problem. Yeah. Okay, even with my thing, it's best just not to take this guy on. Okay. That's good to know. We'll just grab my runes and go. I just do not have the vigor for this. Oh, I'm getting some drops though. That's nice. Like, sadly, like the big issue is at this point we're just getting vigor checked by everything. And because I made the choice of using such a heavy investment weapon, I'm paying the price now. So we're basically just gonna have to go do other things at the moment. Now there are a couple things we can go do here. Let's see here. Where is it? Ah, there it is. So, there's a couple things we can go beat up for, runes. Okay, we need, you here. Level up. Okay, now we start putting more points in vigor. And we grab the keys here. Because there is a side quest that is related to this area that we have to do. So that boss that beat the shit out of us at the start of the game, we're coming back for revenge. This is the precipice of anticipation. This is what we need to do. We put in the stone sword key. We get to go to a boss fight that will give us like almost no runes. Yep, this is gonna suck. Okay. Like, vigor is definitely something we are just going to have to power level. Part of my problem is we don't really have the option to use a shield right now. Like, a good chunk of my issues would actually be resolved if I could use a shield. But the issue is how do I put this? The amount of starting stamina they give us means I can't equip any more than what I currently have. So this is kind of the issue with such a heavy halberd like what I'm using. Also, that guy has a shriek attack that does a lot of damage. Oh yeah. Also, this guy just gets random a random holy buff as well. Which is really annoying. There we go. Took me 2 tries, but... like, it's one of those sort of things where... it is, in fact, a vigor check. And the golden halberd is... sadly, running into the issue of... the fact that it is one of the heaviest weapons you can acquire in the game. Like, it's one of my favorite weapons, but it's super heavy, which is why we're having so many problems. But this is where we pick up the Stormhawk King ashes we need. And Stormhawk Dint. So now we can go to the Table of Lost Grace. We can give these ashes over to Nefeli. And then we can go do some other things we need to go do. While I'm at it, can I pick up the shield yet? Yeah, okay. So the heater shield is, from a technical perspective, the only shield I will ever need. The problem is I can't equip it right now because we are wielding such a chunky weapon. Like, if I find a lighter halberd, we will probably end up switching to that.
Ah, you please. It's pathetic, I know. Ah, you please. It's pathetic, I know.
Oh wait, we can only do that after a certain point. So, all right, I guess we'll go fight the next big boss. We'll see how well I do against Ronnie's mom. So, this is also where we start the biggest run back in the game. Rhea Lucaria is very unforgiving in the fact that, if you die here, you're gonna have to run back, like, about two minutes or so. So I actually recommend you send the elevator back down every time you come up here. Alright, it's boss fight time. So this is where we're probably gonna get vigor checked. Alright, we need to find the, next one here. Alright, back away. Oh, nope, didn't back away in time. So this is where we're gonna be dealing with something I call the where the fuck is the thing I'm supposed to kill issue. Where a good chunk of these just are randomly hidden somewhere. And whoa! Whoa, okay, they just randomly killed me out of nowhere. We were doing really well there. Yeah, they dropped a chandelier on me. Yeah, this is exactly why this boss fight has the issue of me having to do a run back. So this boss fight has a really annoying gimmick where we have to find the little things to beat him up. Then you enter the second phase. And you just try to beat up the lady before she summons the dragon. Because if she summons the dragon, we're dead. Like, it's purely a vigor thing. But the issue is I was unable to find the glowy ones before I was able to get to her. Because the entire issue with this is you basically have to find the glowing ones before they can get to you. But they're also constantly loading in. And because there's all of this stuff constantly trying to kill you, it's kind of a problem. Now we try to find these here. Yeah, these guys also having a fire effect is really annoying. Okay, I see the next one I need to hit here, and yikes, I unequipped that. Oh, come on! She apparently survived with 1 HP. God damn it. Okay, well, that's a problem. Well, fuck me, I guess. I had prepped for the next round, and I got screwed because she just didn't die. Alright. Where is this last one I need... Where are they? Alright, they've spawned outside the arena. Yeah, this is the problem with this fight. It's a really frustrating fight, because random shit like this could happen. Like, if you notice, all of them are spawning in places we can't see them. Alright, now it's time for phase 2. There we go. Okay. Like, if you get to phase 2, it's pretty much smooth sailing. But yeah, that was really annoying. Whew, okay, there we go. So, we are grabbing this here. So, now we have a couple points we can put into, vigor there. So that pretty much concludes everything I really have to do here in Raya Lucaria. But we can go talk to the, two fingers here. Now this we want, because this will allow us to, throw this on here, which means I put in less into using Golden Vow. But with that out of the way, we can go ahead and, well, we can really do two things here. Now, there's two ways in order to get to Atlas Plateau. The first one being, we go get a medallion. The second one being, we go do a dungeon. And I'll be honest, I would much rather do the dungeon, because the dungeon has basically all the smithing stones you could ever need. With the downside of you having to fight a really annoying boss. A really annoying boss that also has a dragon heart I need. So we're gonna take the, not so annoying one. Upside is, though, frankly, we are gonna need to go through this area later anyways. So, regardless, we end up doing what we have to do. So we hop on over here, and we can just grab the things we need. Oh, there's also a golden seed over here we're gonna need. We need these. These golden seeds get increasingly more annoying to collect as we go through the game. Um, and because I'm going out of my way to, like, not collect things unless I absolutely have to, we're gonna have to start getting more and more annoying about collecting things. Like, I have gone out of my way to avoid collecting upgrade material until I absolutely have to. Just out of sheer determination not to go collect things. The downside is we are going to enter Poison Central. Which is going to be rough. This entire area is filled with poison booby traps. As I said, filled with poison booby traps. But we're gonna want to collect the smithing stones. Like, some of the smithing stones are not worth grabbing, though. Like, the smithing stones that require me to do some parkour over here. Nah, fam. It ain't worth it. Especially when I'd have to wait like 20 minutes for the elevator. Well. Nope, can't hit the things if they're hopping on me. Ha, you can't poison me more. Alright, there should be a, there we go. Somber smithing stone. Alright, there is a site of grace around this corner here that we're actually gonna need to rest at for a moment. I am going to step away for a moment. Because I need to go use the restroom. And we've about hit that 2-hour mark, so now's a good time to go do that. So we'll be right back. Let me put my be right back sign up. There we go. Alright. We're back. So, we continue our quest through the mountains here to get up to where we need to go. So this is going to be some really creative adventuring here. Because now we got to deal with giant bats. Having lived in the state of Indiana, and currently still living there, bats are a very important part of the ecosystem. The problem is they're also technically flying rats. So, they can be really annoying to deal with when they get in your house. Alright, there's a somber smithing stone we're gonna need. Alright, now we climb the ladder here. Up, almost missed the smithing stone. We need the smithing stone, guys. Alright. So this is where we deal with, more bats. Die, foul monster! There we go. Bat problem solved. Alright. Say no to octopuses. They're not good for the economy. Just out of curiosity, ooh, I have enough smithing stones to get one weapon to, like, plus 16, I think? Now, I'm actually going to do something silly here. I am actually just going to bypass fighting those two. Just because I don't want to waste my time on them. So, I do believe this boss fight here, you can actually, summon a bunch of people. But, because we've only reached this point in the game, we can only summon that guy. This boss fight in particular actually has, like, a whole bunch of, like, interesting background mechanics to it. Where if you've done, like, certain side quests, you, get to summon, like, certain people. And this guy is gonna be a problem. Yeah, I cannot, you cannot fight this guy consistently. You have to basically wait for him to come to you. Which is really, really problematic. Although if this was a Dark Souls 1 boss fight, by hitting the tail, we would have gotten a special item there. And sadly, I can't get around to, hit the crit spot there. Because, this guy's lava makes it so that I can't get to that. Like, it is legitimately easier for me to just, like, hit the guy with my basic attack than rather go for the crit. And there's a dragon heart we're gonna need. Yeah. There we go. Alright. Try to put some more runes here into leveling. Oh, we need a couple more there. Alright, there we go. Okay, that gets us up to 28 vigor. Like, ideally speaking, for every, like, major boss we deal with, we level 10 vigor. Up until 60, at which point leveling vigor technically becomes pointless. So, there is, like, a soft cap of, like, vigor at 60. Where if you go beyond that, the returns just drastically fall off. Like, every stat outside of, like, vigor and stamina, like, you just get a drastic fall off. So, this is actually one of the more, interesting points here. Because, in theory, you could go up this way and get access to an entirely separate area. But we're not doing that. Not yet. I do stream Yu-Gi-Oh! Oblivion. It just so happens that I'm not streaming Yu-Gi-Oh! Today. I don't have to exclusively stream Yu-Gi-Oh! And Mabby. I can stream other things. As a matter of fact, I used to be a big Elden Ring streamer before I really got into Mabby. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Alright, that's a golden seed. Okay, so, there's a couple things we could do here. We could attempt to bum rush the capital and die. Or we could, pick up all the things we need to pick up over here. And consider our plan of action. So, thing is like, you actually run out of space to put things in the description of your tags. Alright, I need to find my, like, rest spot over here. There it is. Okay, where are we on the map here? Alright, we are right here. We need to go up the road to get, the remainder of the map bits. Yeah. Like, I do really need to put some time into, like, reworking my whole, like, streamer page. But I've been very lazy about it. Alright, Atlas Plateau map. And there's another, point over here we're gonna want to pick up. Alright, pay no attention to the lady right there. And we're gonna hit this up here. Okay. So. Oh, I'm doing alright. Just having a bit of fun playing this. If not I don't get to play Elden Ring as often as I used to, so I'm gonna try to play it like once a week this summer. Okay, we have like 2 options we could do. We can make the choice of trying to push into the capital, or we can alternatively hit up some of the dungeons for some really useful loot. And I'm thinking going for the loot right now is the better option. So we're gonna go for loot. First order of business, there's a couple of, fast travel points we need to go pick up, for one. Well, that's gonna be annoying. This guy over here is gonna be more on my to-do list of knocking out. Alright. Deal with this guy. Well. Oh, that's rude. Oi! You can't run away from me like that. Only I can run away from you like that. Only I can run away from myself. There we go. Now, unfortunately, the way the color saturation of this area works is it's really hard to see everything. So, yellow on yellow makes it really hard to see yellow. And because this area is like almost entirely different shades of yellow, it's really hard to see anything. So it makes, like, looking for a very specific fast travel point we wanted to collect, like right over here, really hard to see. Like, I had to look really hard for this fast travel point here. And it's kind of one of those things where it's just like, well, it's there. You just have to know where it is. Alright, so, we're coming over this way for a specific reason. In here, there is a boss. A boss that will require us to do a lot of fighting. Because this boss gets us access to a specific talisman. There we go. One of the easier boss fights. It doesn't. This boss fight didn't really give us any runes, but we definitely want the ritual sword talisman. So the ritual sword talisman is one of the more busted talismans. The problem is I can't really equip it at the moment because I'm kind of low on resources. But grabbing it now will save me a bunch of trouble later. And I am about 2,000 runes short. There we go. Grabbing it now will save me time later. Because, there's 2 ritual talismans you want. I tend to favor the ritual shield talisman to, not die as often. But, we will be, hopping over this way. Now, this area is unpleasant because you have all of these guys. These are worm faces. Worm faces spew what's known as death blight at you. And I am genuinely not willing to deal with that right now. What I am, however, willing to do is take this really roundabout shortcut to the other side of the map here. And why am I taking this roundabout shortcut, you may ask? For drip, of course. I just gotta deal with some angry grannies. Yeah, these grannies are not happy I've, entered their neighborhood. That just happens sometimes. And I will be honest, we are nowhere near ready to take the boss up here. Like, there is a, boss fight up here. Where we could fight a Godskin Apostle, I believe. And, genuinely speaking, it's not really, worth the trouble. But what we want to do is we want to follow this road so I can get... Hey, Ella John, welcome to the stream. We're gonna want to follow this road so we can acquire clothes, and I'm just gonna deal with this guy here real quick. I'm doing alright. We are just playing some Elden Ring. Alright, this is where we have to go. Alright. I have been streaming on this platform for several years now. If you are here to advertise art, I'm gonna ask that you don't. I already have an artist. I do not need another one. There we go. Alright, we have acquired drip. There we go. Thank you for liking the stream. Alright, there is a site of grace underneath here. We're gonna grab this. Then we're gonna rest at it. And then once we, then we're gonna go hit up a, fast travel point. There's a really good item in here, it's just not worth fighting these guys for, and I can't use it. Alright, I do believe around this corner there is a bridge here. Yep, there we go. Bridge. And there's a site of grace here we're gonna grab, and this is gonna be important later when I need to, head to the next area. So next fight we're gonna do is gonna be that fight over there. Okay. I'm having to pick and choose what fights we're doing just because we need more runes here. Because I am like one vigor off of like the 30 I want before I move on to the next area. Although I can now switch off the Arsenal Charm for, the Ritual Sword Talisman. Which is nice. So, we're gonna go take on the first of many Falling Star Beasts I am going to have to fight. And we just got absolutely plowed to death here. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be annoying. Yeah, okay, we are not ready for this. Yeah, we're gonna have to come back to this. I am clearly not ready for this. Yeah, I can't actually hit this guy. Yeah, I can't hit this guy consistently enough to actually, fight him at the moment. We're just gonna have to run. We're just gonna have to come back to this guy when I'm bulkier. Sadly, like this is a damage check, and we're not passing the damage check. Like we may just end up fighting Radahn. Fighting Radahn may actually be easier. But do I really want to fight Radahn yet? Nah. Save Radahn for, like, the next stream. Save Radahn for when we want to go do aura farming or something. All right, we'll try and bamboozle our way into the city. So there is in fact a way for me to bamboozle my way into the city. I'm gonna have to skip a ton of boss fights though. So there's a bunch of boss fights I'm gonna have to just blatantly skip in here. Oh yeah, a fun fact. The arrows shot by enemies here actually curve towards you. They actually home in on you. It's great. So we're gonna heroically run past the guards. We could fight these guys. Or we could run past them. And there are, in fact, a bunch of, bosses over this way as well. Like, this area is just chocked with so many bosses that it's hard to say where there's not a boss. This is also where you get one of the best weapons in the game. Like, right in that camp right down there, to the right of us, there's a weapon called the Giant Crusher. And if I was just playing a pure strength build, that'd be, like, the best weapon in the game. Alright, Missionary's Cookbook. And this right here is the Golden Order Seal. So, the Golden Order Seal is actually, from a technical perspective, one of the weirdest seals in the game. So, the thing is the Golden Order Seal scales with both int and faith. Thing is, though, is almost no incantations in the game use both int and faith. And it's really weird, because none of the other seals are really like that. But at the same time, it's also arguably the best one in the game, provided you cranked out pretty much every single stat to the max. But at that point, you can pretty much do whatever. Yeah, I think what I'm actually going to need to do is I'm actually going to need to... Well, I forgot about that. Yeah, kind of hard to hit this thing if you can't hit its eyeball. Oh, it's breathing fire. Alright. Well, my jellyfish is dead. Now, if this guy could stop moving, that'd be great. Yeah, I can't hit this guy if he won't stand still. And we're dead. Yeah, I just cannot get this guy nailed down. There we go. Yeah, that guy did not want to be nailed down. Okay. Alright. So, got ourselves the Giant Crusher. Let me put it this way. The Giant Crusher is such an absurd weapon that at this point in the game, even if you obtain it, most people can't wield it because you need 60 strength to meet its bare minimum requirements. And you need to be able to handle an equip load of 60 plus. What most people end up doing is they end up stripping themselves entirely of all of their equipment and just equipping the giant crusher. Yeah. Yeah, the bots have been out in full force today, and they've been advertising hard. Like, it's a problem. Like, the issue is there's no way I can actually prove they're a bot, but I can generally tell they're fishing for information where they're asking where I'm streaming from. Alright, let's deal with this thing here. Well, I died. I got double hit there, and I was unable to roll. Yeah, we're gonna have to upgrade my weapon if I'm gonna be doing anything from here. So I think what we're gonna do as soon as I get into the city is I am just going to work on upgrading my halberd here. But, I ain't fighting this guy. Not right now. Like, there's no decent reward for fighting that guy anyways. Alright, we're gonna avoid the boss fight that doesn't give me any rewards, and move on. So, there is a cheese for what I am going to do. And it's particularly dumb. But it requires me to put all of my flasks into mana. And to make this simpler, I'm going to remove all of the unnecessary things. So, there's a method to doing this here, and it requires me being a ninja. So in order to get into the city, you have to fight a boss called a tree sentinel. And this tree sentinel is really annoying. And not for the reasons people think, but it's mainly because it is genuinely a very tanky boss that adapts to anything you try to send its way. If you try to use magic, it will dodge. If you try to use summons, it will really try to kill the summon as fast as possible, that sort of thing. But there is, in fact, a way to trivialize the boss fight. The downside is it takes forever. And we got time. So, from what I remember, you either have to approach it from, this area over here. And you have to, silence yourself. Now, you get back here, and you get just close enough to where you can poison them. Now, we basically just sit here, and we let the poison do its work. This is gonna take a bit. Because I have forgotten to do something before doing this, and that is going and upgrading the, drawing a blank on its name. On the seal. But basically, the idea is you do 12 damage per second. And if I look up the Tree Sentinel HP, like if I look up the HP for this thing, it has about 12,000 HP. So I basically just sit here and we cheese this. Okay, so this one has 9,000 HP, so it's not as bad as I thought it was. But keep in mind, this only works on your first playthrough. It gets buffed in future playthroughs. And every once in a while, I have to reapply the mist here. So this will take about 10 minutes. But there is an interesting thing here. You can actually do 2 NPC summons for this, but you have to go out of your way to do it. You actually have to do, like, a very specific quest order to get, like, the NPC summons to help you with this fight. And because it's an overworld fight, summoning the NPCs will not buff the HP. But this is still by and large significantly easier. Yeah, I'll probably end stream off here, depending on if it starts raining here soon. Because I am hearing the wind outside, and that's always a big concern here. The power being an issue is a big concern. Because, power is, Alright, so I live in an area with a lot of trees, so anytime there's a storm, the power companies basically have to pick out, like, alright, which power line is, like, specifically gone out. Which one was it this time? Like, we've had points in time where, the power was out for, like, 12 hours. And that was particularly brutal because it was like 90 degrees outside. Like, not having air conditioning here is pretty brutal. Alright. You gotta apply the mist again. Like, we gotta keep this going. Yeah, so, there will get to be a point where I'm gonna have to switch over to, killing this guy with my weapon. Because, if he starts to disappear on me, I actually have to, break out the weapon to kill him faster. Like, sadly, this only goes so fast. Alright. Like, it's kind of silly how I'm doing this cheese, but like this is just one boss fight I really just do not want to waste my time repeatedly doing because of the amount of HP this guy has. Like this is actually the first like. Oh wow, your cat crawl across your keyboard. Yeah, cats are like that. Like, unfortunately, I can't have any pets because a good chunk of my family is allergic to pets. And I'm also working all the time, so I'm, like, not home to take care of them. Alright. We only need to do this, like, 3 or 4 more times, and then we can, then we can head into the city if we want. Like, sadly, like, this is also pretty slow. But, like, this is a guaranteed, like, easy boss kill doing this. Downside is this takes like 20 minutes. But this will get me to the weapon I want to use, which is the Bolt of Grand Sax, but I'm gonna have to respec for it. Which I'm kind of annoyed about, but it is what it is. Actually, wait, I can't even respec for it because it requires, yeah, I can't even use that. Oh, never mind. I'm not using that. No. The amount of respecking I would have to do for that. I don't want to have to respec even more than I've already done so. Alright, where is the, halberd? Halberd, there we go. Alright, where can we find, a halberd? And my laptop froze up. Okay. Alright, the Lucerne can be found, Are you kidding me? I gotta reapply it again? Okay. Not kidding, yeah. Alright, let's look for a different spear, I guess. Alright. There we go. Okay, we killed it. There we go. That only took, about 20 minutes. Definitely one of the sillier ways to, kill an enemy in this game. So, with that out of the way, we can level up a bit. Yeah, we're not getting, much out of this at this point. Okay. Sadly, in order to, like, really pump up our levels, we would have to do some really stupid exploitive stuff I don't want to do. So... we have a choice. We can go into the capital and get all of the stuff in there, but after we do that, we're not quite ready to face Margit. For one, I need to buff my weapons, because we have not done that in a while. Two, I kind of want to go collect, what was it? The, Bolt of Grand Sacks. But, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to use it, because I didn't realize it required, like, 40 dexterity. And our girlfriend is leaving us. Big sad. Our girlfriend left us. Big sad. Alright, so, the thing we need, though, is, West Capital Rampart. Okay. So, there's a couple things in here that we actually want to go collect, though. Namely because I need them for what I want. Now, we're also using a terrible weapon for this because, we are using a holy weapon in a place that resists holy weapons. So... I need not really explain why that's a bad idea. But Free rune is free rune. Now, you can basically bypass all of that by just hopping over this way. Oh, there's a door in here? All this time, and I have never noticed this door right here. Oh, I forgot to change my flask count. Well, okay, we're gonna have to run back. I have forgotten to change my flask count back to what it should be. Oh, why I'm at it. So we're gonna start leveling faith so I can start, getting points from that. So our plan here is basically just rush through the city. Get to Godfrey's imitation, beat that, and from there, basically go do other things across the map. Because we don't quite want to go fight Morgott until we've done, like, a good chunk of the side quests. Now then. This entire area is really annoying because on these rooftops there are a bunch of these, golems here. Or imps, I believe they're called. And, they basically just try to gank us from behind. We don't particularly care about those, because what we want is we want to unlock the shortcut to get back to where we need to be. And this over here is a mini-boss. That does a boatload of damage if he hits you. And if he hits me, I end up dealing with a major lag spike. I also do, like, no poise damage to him. Yeah, I do no poise damage to him, and 1 HP in a dream, folks. Yeah, this is exactly why I was concerned. We do, however, get a good chunk of runes from that. Alright, we get 2 levels from that. We are gonna have to start buffing up our strength as well. Like, we're at the point in the game where our build is becoming a bit janky. Because, there's not really much we can do, to level. But that's fine. Our main priority is just getting the things we need. Now, we're gonna come over this way to trigger a boss fight. And there should be a tree sentinel that just spawns in right there. Yeah, there we go. And of course it just decided to turn around on me. Whoops. Yo. There we go. Yeah, jellyfish is best summon in the game at this moment. Alright. That's another, easy level for us, too. And I am once again reminded we do need to go pick up the lantern so people can actually see what the heck I'm doing. There we go. The 35 strength is good for now. The next like major cap for strength is like 40. And we're a bit off from needing beyond that. Like, what we really need is we need to find a Somber Stone 5 and 6 for our halberd here. Now, there's a couple things we could do to, bypass this here. There are also things we want to collect up here. Like, for example, there is a bow right over here. That I'm gonna want for later, because I actually don't have any bows. And that's a dead end. And I'm not gonna bother fighting the, guy in there. There we go. Alright, there's a cracked pot. We need those. So in order to get the things we need, we actually have to do a whole bunch of hopping around this area specifically. But we're also gonna pick up the Side of Grace here. And the Deathbed Dress, which is still to this day bugged. Whoops. Dang it. Okay, it locked off. Gosh darn it. Okay, it actually locked off for me, which I did not want it to do. The camera is not your friend, folks. Remember that. Yeah, sadly, this guy auto-stuns if he hits you. There we go. And the first time you kill him, you get the Omen Smirk Mask. The first and only time you kill him. And there's a Smithing Stone 6. We're gonna need a bunch of those for the, item we're gonna be picking up here soon. Yeah, and that guy respawns infinitely, so he's a special kind of annoying. Alright, now we gotta deal with the rats. Rats everywhere. And I'm heading the wrong way. Okay. We're also dealing with Hans. Not to be confused with Hans, which is a German name. Yeah, these things are a death knell if they get you. Dang it, I cannot lock onto him. Ah, shit, we're dead. Fucking cannibals. Yeah, I have no sympathy for the Albanurks, given they have become cannibals. Erd Steel Dagger. Now, we're gonna have to climb the dragon here. And this is actually a gigantic dead dragon. No mercy. Oh, we just got the best spear in the game. Oh, this is the best spear in the game. Oh. Oh, I want to use it. But I'm not spec'd for it. That moment when you get the best spear in the game and you can't use it. Alright, silliest sword in the game. Alright, so with this, we unlock a shortcut for later. Whoa, I don't remember him being able to do that. Alright. Come on up here, buddy. Well, that's rude. Whoa, this guy is major rude. God, I cannot for the life of me stun this guy. Yeah, we cannot seem to stun this guy. Yeah, okay. This is kind of why I kind of need to buff my weapon, because we're at a point where I'm not doing the stance damage I need. So I'm basically just gonna have to, ignore this gargoyle for a bit until I can, successfully kill it. Because, we're also at a point where I am just straight up, not dealing damage to NPCs, where we get instant nuked by that guy. Because the problem is this gargoyle here is actually acting as a damage check for me. It's basically saying, level up your stats and level up your gear. You're at a point where you have to level up more, because your weapon is ill-suited for this. Yeah, also, that triple explosive bolt, that is a attack exclusive to this type of enemy. It's the only enemy in the game where if you get hit by that, you're dead. Does not matter how much, you buff up your health, that will just instantly kill you. Elden Ring has a lot of things in this game that just instantly kill you. Like, they encourage you to, just blatantly ignore certain things, and I'm trying to get past this guy for a reason. Even with my, like, one-hit immunity, buff there, it's not enough. Like, you basically have to just say, fuck that guy, don't let him move. And my halberd has an issue where if I don't have enough room to fight, I can't hit things. Because this game has wall physics. Like, one of the things Elden Ring does that a lot of other games don't is the fact that if you hit walls, you screw yourself. Like, all of the Souls games have it to where walls are a thing. Oh, what the fuck? They can jump? Damn it. Okay, well, that's annoying. Okay, they should not have been able to get up there, but apparently they can. Like, I was trying to switch to a torch so I could actually see, but that's on me. I did not realize the dogs could jump up there. That is not something they do normally. And every day I am reminded that I need the torch more and more. Like, I'm going to have to go pick up the beast repelling torch here shortly. I should have gone and picked up the beast repelling torch. Like, there's a couple of, like, unique items in this game where, if you go out of your way to pick them up for, like, one specific thing and never use them again, that's perfectly reasonable, actually. Yeah, okay. So these guys can, in fact, actually jump up here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Good to know that those things can jump up there. that was not something I ever encountered in any of my previous playthroughs. Alright, this is where you can pick up the Sanctified Wet Blade and Hammer. Buy my sword, a Hero's Rune, which makes back the runes we just lost. Rune Arc. There is a holy weapon in here, but it's not really worth it. The Coated Sword. So, the Coated Sword is one of those weapons where it's just like, it scales purely with faith. And it just does entirely holy damage. Now, if I were to respec and go entirely into faith, that'd be absolutely busted. But I will point out, at this point in the game, everything from this point on resists holy damage. Holy damage is actually at its best. And we aren't touching that because I don't want to start that. Holy damage is actually at its best in the DLC. So, the DLC for Elden Ring has it so that, basically, you want to, spec into Holy, you will be an absolute juggernaut there. Because the DLC is entirely balanced around you using, holy damage. And there is a site of grace over here. So now we're gonna need to, go do this over here. So, interestingly enough, I can, in theory, cheese this from all the way in here. Because, this thing cannot move beyond this point. So I just get this lined up in here, and I can, just go to town on it. And I have no shame in doing this. Hello there, would you like to talk to our Lord and Savior Lightning Bolt? Wanna try going through the door there? So, interestingly enough, their pathing is all messed up because they don't know how to go about doing this. You gonna keep trying to go for me, pal? Yeah, up. Yeah, that's what we wanted. We got you in my sight. It's on sight. There we go. I ran out of flasks for that, but... A man's gotta cheese what a man's gotta cheese. Alright, Stormhawk Axe. And now we can pull the elevator up here and get another set of grace. Like, the site of grace up here isn't as important as the other ones. But rune we can break down. Go ahead and put another level into strength here. Alright, let's fight this guy here. Yeah, sadly, this guy can't fall off the ledge like we can. Alright. Alright, time to stab him in the chest. There we go. There we go. Fatality. Alright. Grab the item up here. The Blessed Dew Talisman. Okay. Oh, we actually got a rare item. Okay, that is a very rare item. The downside is I can't even lift that. Like, I can't even throw on the, like... easy equip for that. Like, this is technically an upgrade for what I was using, but I can't equip this until I can't equip that until I level up my endurance to not be in heavy load. So that's gonna have to be held off for a while. Like, that's just how it is. Like, it's unfortunate that we're gonna get to a point where I'm just gonna have to, basically say, oh, hey, yeah, I am going to, have to come back to stuff, because level scaling in Elden Ring can kind of be wonky at times. Because sometimes you'll just go to a dungeon and it'll be very easy, and then the next one is just like, oh, you should come back in like 30 levels. That's the recommended point to do this. Elden Ring being open world allows for a lot of weird things. Okay, yeah, yep, I forgot these guys respawn. Okay, there we go. Made it through there. So we're gonna go look for an item here. So somewhere in here, there is a, seal we need. And we're gonna have to do a lot of fast traveling to deal with this nonsense, because, unfortunately, in order to get the item we need... Rampart, west side of Grace. We have to kill that knight with that knight we were trying to fight. Whoops. Alright. Oh, that is bullcrap. Okay. The archer can apparently tell where I am halfway across the map here. Alright, Oh, the archer moved! Like, I'm trying to take out the archer first before I do anything. Because the archer, is what got me killed last time. Well, didn't let me, jump in time. Alright, come on. There we go. Okay. So, the Gavel Steel Stone is, in fact, a major upgrade for us. Because this boosts the power of my lightning bolts. Downside is it took me several tries to get. And I'm going to actually have to upgrade it in order for it to, properly show off its, power. But we'll worry about that in a bit. Our current concern is the fact we now have to, oh, nope, wrong way. Alright, so there is a very specific pattern we have to take to get up here. And I'm not going to make that jump. Okay. So, now that we've collected all the things we need except the legendary weapon, which I can grab at any time as long as I don't set the place on fire. I'm gonna make the executive decision to skip past this enemy in particular. And instead just, move on. Because, what I really want is actually at the top of the hill here. There's an item up here, and that thing can hit me from all the way over here? That's a load of crap. So, what we want is an item called the Ritual Shield Talisman. Yeah, this guy has an entirely unique moveset, though. That guy will kick your ass. He's also the only person in the game that drops that weapon set. So... Dang it. Okay, major lag spike from being hit by this guy. Like, holy crap. Okay. Like, the moment that guy hit me, my screen froze up. Which, then again, I've almost been playing Elden Ring for 4 hours, and my PC is probably mad at me for that. Like, until I actually upgrade my seal, it's kind of pointless to use sorcery. Like, it's kind of a problem where, we're at a point in the game where I've completely neglected to, level my flash charges. No, not my flash charges. Where I've completely neglected, leveling my weapons. So now we kind of have to get off my rear and start doing that. Yeah, okay. Alright, that grab attack is unblockable, it seems. Alright, so it seems my first, like, swing... my first, like, major swing does a good chunk of stance damage, and then everything after that doesn't. But, I think it's best if I just don't fight this guy and move on, because I just need to grab the item. Like, we need the shield talisman, because I'm having to sacrifice my, defense for things. Like, I'll be honest. What was it? Golem's Halberd. I might be switching over to the Golem's Halberd just for the raw damage. Because, unfortunately, faith scaling is not all that convenient for me right now. Like, if I look up Golem, Halberd, Elden Ring... Like, the Golem Halberd is definitely the better option at this point. Just because of the fact that you can infuse it with elemental stuff. Dang it, I am trying to... Yep, I got what I needed, but now I'm being attacked on all sides. Yeah, these guys don't give up. The Star Fist. Alright. So, we're gonna try and defeat the, Goldrick boss before we end up ending stream. At least. Right, we're gonna run past this guy. Nope, nope. Camera's switching on me. Oh, he healed. Okay. Yet again, the camera proves it is the strongest foe in Elden Ring. Let me hop on over here real quick. Get your holy grease here. Get your holy grease consecrated in the baseball stadium of your choice. Get your holy grease here. Yeah, fun fact, I don't think you can actually stagger this guy either. Oh, you can. Okay. Certainly makes my choice not to level my jellyfish here a tad. Okay, well, fuck me. Well, at least there's a stake of merit I can use. Okay. Yeah, this is where leveling my weapon would have been a wise choice. Yeah, this is what I get for, like, completely avoiding leveling my stuff at this point and just only grabbing what was easily available. Okay. Yeah, should probably remember to switch over to the Ritual Shield Talisman as well. Alright, switch over to the Ritual Shield Talisman as well. Oh, never seen it do that before. Okay, I'm seeing moves I've never seen it do before. But I'm clearly getting damage checked here. Part of which is due to the fact I'm using a holy weapon against an enemy that resists holy. Like, it's not like switching to this would make a big difference. No, that would actually make things worse. Okay. And now I'm stuck in a wall. Yeah, okay, I was stuck in a wall. Yeah, this is gonna be particularly brutal, given I don't have a way of, like, dealing with Golden. Like, Golden Godfrey. Like, for one, we're using a holy weapon. Two, it's only really weak to pierce weapons. You also can't poison it. Yeah, I may actually just straight up need to come back to this. Because I really don't have an effective way of doing this. At this point. Because, he resists my weapon. I should be doing significantly more. But because he's a resistant to holy, he, really kind of just completely no-sells most of what I do. And, of course, he jumps out of my way. He also will randomly change targets to me or the jellyfish I summoned. Like, when I ran forward to him, he just instantly changed targets to my jellyfish. And unfortunately, my jellyfish is at a point where it just instantly dies. It no longer functions as a suitable distraction. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to come back to this. I do not have the damage for this. Oh. He's quartered me. Oh, we were so fucking close. Alright, I'm just gonna have to lock in. Fuck it, we ball. Let's go! Uh, I just had to lock in. I just had to channel all of my rage into that. Okay. Well, that was fun. Alright. So we beat Goldfree. Now, we're gonna hold off on defeating Margit for a couple of things. Namely, our reason for doing so is pretty simple. There's a couple of side quests I don't want to progress until I, do some things. But, what we're actually here for is, okay, why? There we go. So, unfortunately, the Bolt of Grand Sax, we can't really effectively use here. Alright, now this is the part where we run past everyone. Oh, there's also a site of grace here in the middle of the city. So we've gotten pretty much everything in the city we needed to grab. Oh, wait. Actually, no. That's not quite true. There's two things. There's two things we need to grab. A site of grace, so we can teleport on back to Margit whenever we want. And what was the other one? Oh yeah, there's a book we need to grab. So we go around the corner here. And we go through here. And we can grab the book we need to grab. The Golden Order Principia. So with this, we can pick up Golden Order spells and things of that nature. Most of the Golden Order spells aren't all that significant, but a couple of them are pretty useful. Alright, so, kill the Black Knife Assassin up here. There we go. And now we can be done with the city. So, we got through pretty much all of Lindell. And we pretty much did everything we absolutely had to do in, Raya Lucaria. So, that leaves, God, what, drawing a blank on his name. We have the, Kaliad and the, mountain over here, as well as the mountains up there. But we're at a point where I'm gonna have to start upgrading stuff. So that's gonna be annoying. We're also gonna need to start picking up all the smithing stones. So, in order for our gavel seal to be of any use, we need to level that up. And in order for our golden halberd to get stronger, we would need to level that up as well. But, therein lies the problem. We are gonna have to go on an upgrade run. But I'm getting tired. My controller's almost out of battery. And I've been playing Elden Ring for 4 hours straight. I think now is a good time to end things off. So, let's go see who among the many people I know is streaming at the moment. Let's see here. Alright, we're gonna raid Apple Shoe, a fellow Mabby streamer. So... we're gonna go ahead and raid him now.